Congratulations to her as she won the first with Tamaki, horse that she claimed. So congratulations to Ms. Arichi, Mrs. Barrios, who they did just recently get married. One of the best couples, we'll call them the racetrack class couple. Anyway, 8 races on today's card. We'll start off in race number 1. Remember, the track does often do that. When it dries out and we open it up after being dried out, speed does turn out to be pretty good that day. We'll see if it'll probably even out today. We'll kind of keep an eye on how it plays. We are going to have a fast track. 5,000 claimer is the first. It goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Well, at least for the first race, I'm hoping that they could close ground because I do have Masked Marauder on top. Isn't that Batman? Called him Masked Marauder. And anyway, I do have the horse against the racetrack last time in a sense that the rail wasn't any good, and this horse was on the dead rail and ended up finishing 4th in the race. And the other part of that was it's the first start in a really, really long time. This horse had been off since August of last year. So you would assume that this horse anyway would improve off of that race, and again, did have an excuse being on the rail. So I'm going to use that one on top, just hoping, and it does look like there's some pace. At least you got 2 speeds with Margarita Sunrise and Double Vision in the race, which at least there's a little bit of a pace. Now the horse that could get the trip, though, right behind those 2, is the one, Abe Honestly. I think I picked this horse both starts that he ran this year. Remember the first start off the layoff, I liked the horse just because it wasn't much of a field, and he did have some back class, just a matter of how fit he was. But I think he got beat more of a sense that he didn't see Blue City sneaking up the inside. Took over the lead, was on his way to victory, and Blue City just got the perfect trip and zipped up the rail to pull off the upset. Well, last race was compromised by the break. I think you could draw a line through the last race for Abe Honestly. Was never in it off of the bad start and didn't have a great trip after that. 3rd off the layoff today, no excuses. Should get a good trip from the inside. Got him 2nd. Prepare for Glory, I'll use for 3rd. Another late runner. Didn't do too well last time, but did get caught wide. Should have liked the racetrack. Doesn't mind an off track. But again, at 6 furlongs, this is a good distance for him. I mean, it just isn't the same horse as he was in years past, where he was always competitive, especially at these bottom levels. You go back to where he ran 3rd a few starts back, but he actually moved to this easier condition last time. He was in the non-winners of 2 since a date, moved to this condition, which is easier because he became eligible to the 1 since a date, and caught a relatively tough group, and basically they didn't back up to him. Kind of ran evenly. If he runs a little bit better than that in the last race, he's going to hit the board in here. The tricky read is the outside horse, the 7, Play Ball. This one's was running at Thistledown and Mahoney Valley against, I want to say, Ohio-bred claimers. Don't see that anymore here at Finger Lakes. You used to do the New York-bred claiming races. Don't do those anymore. But those were the restricted Ohio-bred claimers. I don't know how strong those races are. Obviously, the claiming prices are a little more, but they are restricted. So probably fits. The numbers are okay compared to these. It's just a tricky read how he's going to run against these horses. One thing you say, he's had a lot of starts. This is a 9-year-old who's had 74 starts. A lot of firsts and seconds, so he was good in the past. The overall record is good. He got 20 wins. Man, the horse has run a lot and has run well. See how he does against the New York competition coming from Ohio. It's kind of like Cincinnati trying to face New England, our New England Patriots. Didn't work out. 2nd race, a 5,000 maiden claimer. Okay, I'll stop now. 5,000, mile 70 is the distance in race number 2. I like this horse when she first dropped to 5,000. I'm talking about Ligon's Legacy. And yeah, I mean, she had a troubled trip or would have won that race. I mean, a horrible trip. As doesn't really tell the story. As she was caught behind horses was pretty much ranked the whole race, didn't want to be in there, and ended up having some run. I know it wasn't the strongest of races. They didn't go very fast, but should have won. I mean, if this horse had a clean trip, would have won that 5.5 furlong race. Now, the last race was a lot tougher. Probably one of the toughest $5,000 fields we've had this season. And Lady Lawrence, the speed got good, and Lady Lawrence was the speed. She's Enticing is a good one that ran second. She's Enticing would beat this field. So it's one of the tougher races that she comes out of. So I don't see her as regressing that race, but I see it more as it was just a tougher race. This race is a lot easier. The question is going to be the route, but this horse is so well bred compared to these horses going long. More reasons to like Lygon's Legacy. Depends on what kind of trip stretching out. I gotta think Jen's Kiss is probably the speed, along with Archivist. I mean, Archivist seemed to be sending pretty hard and not going that fast last time. But the other speed would be Jen's Kiss, who you got to make a good case for her. I mean, she's had a lot of chances, but she's always right there. She was facing tougher before dropping to 5. She was claimed for 5,000 just a few starts ago. You could draw a line. I mean, she's a $5,000 maiden. You could draw a line through the 11-9 race back at 5, and she didn't run that badly. Again, inside speed was really good late. She wasn't the inside speed, but she did show speed that race. Lady Lawrence was just better. She should be the speed here in the route. All depends on what Archivist, how aggressive that one's going to be on the rail. But form-wise and number-wise, she's better than a lot of these. And she's another one. The big question is going to be the distance. We do got to like on the dam side, that Quiet American. The 6, Ida Denial, she's been here before. She was in that real slow race. Going back to July 1st, maybe one of the slowest races you'll see. They went 52 and change to the half. Then 117 and change for the 3/4. I think the Arabian horses can run faster than that. Finished up in a blistering 150 and change. And this horse had every reason to go by Saratoga Slideshow and just didn't. Just didn't. And it might actually hung a little bit. I don't know. But it's that type of competition today. I don't see them going that slow. I think the track was a little slower that day, although it's been slow lately. I think they'll go a little faster than 150, but she ran right in that race. Her last race isn't terrible, where she finished 4th against these type of horses. I don't think she's totally out of it. I'm using her more as a top 3 threat than basically a win threat. I think the 2 and the 3 are probably the biggest win threats in race number 1. Those would have been, or race 2, those would have been the 2 I think I used in the pick 4, 2 and 3. Depending on the pace flow, I do like the 2. But I went the 2, 3, 6, 7. Michael Davila opts to get off Crystal to ride Jen's Kiss. And Crystal, maybe getting too many races all in a short period of time, seems to be regressing a little bit. All right, third race. 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Sometimes you got to come back with these beaten favorites if you got an excuse for them. Like Blue Eye Warrior was a legitimate favorite in that race, and just got caught chasing a horse that sent out there loose. I mean, Bonfire Diva actually ran a pretty big race. Bonfire Diva sent out there in what were very, very fast fractions for the day and for the $5,000 level. Blue Eyed Warrior was chasing the hardest after those races, and she just got tired of chasing more than anything, and she faded. I mean, Bonfire Diva still hung in there pretty well. Just got caught by the drop down, the deep closer, Mrs. Bell. That one was dropping down, I believe, for Victor Dean. But Blue Eyed Warrior actually went relatively fast chasing, even though the course was a couple lengths behind the other one for a while. She was sending in such quick fractions for the day. But she chased. Sometimes it's tough to chase a quick loose lead winner or leader like Bonfire Diva, and maybe that's why Blue Eyed Warrior. I don't think it's the same type of pace scenario today. I think she can hold the rail, and if she wants the lead, I think she's got it. I mean that's the way it looks in here. I mean, especially with the scratch of Peach Be With You, I think it really helps Blue Eyed Warrior. And I like that one on top. I'm trying to remember who I picked in the pick four. I spread in this race anyway. Didn't have a lot of faith in her, but maybe with a lack of pace in here, she could be tough. Devilly comes off a victory. She's got a good number for it. That was 6 furlongs, same as this race. So if Blue Eyed Warrior doesn't have it on the front end, she could go by it. And then you got your closers. I mean, Motley Sue used to be a speed horse. Yeah, I don't like the change in tactics, but it did work out in the slop. Back in early August, she was able to get the right kind of trip against Devilly, who's in here. Even though it wasn't a great trip, the race came back to her. Last race, not the case, as Bayou Melody just absolutely ran huge. I mean, that horse was tons the best. So the margin of defeat not as bad as it looks, because she's not far behind Diva Banker, who was second. She plays. So does Leadership Ability. She's the cutback in distance. I mean, she's running against good horses in the routes. And it is Michael Ferraro Sr., one of the best. So he's more known for the stretch out, but he does this once in a while with these route horses. Cuts them back, and then they have a little punch to them. They don't send them long ago. Again, it's a tough race. I go with the 1-2-6-5 in the third, just thinking Blue Eyed Warrior might be the inside speed of race number 3. All right, fourth race, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. I'm going to give this horse one more chance. Obviously, Trap the Dream is not the same horse. This is a much easier condition than what he's been running against. I mean, he should have run better than what he did, despite the layoff a couple starts ago, and he didn't lift a hoof. Well, you could make the case, well, a little over a month, maybe it's just not sharp. And he did run better his next race. He picked up a little bit of ground. They went fast, 105 and change. It was Son of Darkness kind of getting away on the front. This race, it just keeps getting easier for Trap the Dream. It might be a now or never for this horse. This is a field he should beat. Third start since dropping in class to 5,000. Again, he's not the same horse as he was in the past, but I think he's still better than these horses if at least he gets a pace to chase, which should get a good enough of one in here with no world beaters in this race. Massey Hall, more of an underneath horse usually, but he plays here off of the numbers. Ran well, kind of followed the leader last time with Son of Darkness, was ahead of Trap the Dream in that race, but that's kind of what Massey Hall do. He's kind of a heartbreaker. He always looks like he's going to win the race. He makes a move, kind of more of a stocky type horse, makes a move like he's going to go by, he's going to win the race, and then he just kind of breaks your heart and hangs around to be second or third. Always does it. We'll win once in a while with the right kind of trip, and Stephen Fred knows this horse, so he might be able to get the right kind of trip with Massey Hall. Got to use him in the top 3. With No Name, this one's still eligible for the 2 lifetime, but the numbers are competitive here. I've seen Elmar Loaiza do this before. I mean, the horses are running in the 2 lifetime. They go into this once it's a date race. Sometimes they're just as tough, sometimes easier, depending on who gets in here. Now, the one win with No Name that he's got is at 6 furlongs. He's going a little further today after running second. Now, it wasn't the strongest of races. It was a race that fell apart. Wasn't a horse that I liked that won the race. I think the horse just got kind of a trip. The horse was a router, shorting it up, and they went too quick up front. So maybe this horse was with it a little bit, but I'm going to use him third, just on the number and off the recent form, because after you get past Trap the Dream and Massey Hall, I don't really like anybody. I mean, some of these horses wouldn't beat a 2 lifetime field. It's kind of how you look at it. The 7 Town Jack comes off a 4th place finish against these horses. Maybe he'll be better at 6 furlongs. He's 1 for 13. I mean, the overall record's not good for Town Jack, but he's still competitive. I mean, 2 straight 4th place finishes. It's hard to love him off the last 2 races, but again, this race isn't that tough, and that puts him in the number. So I'll go with the 6, 2, 8, and 7. One more chance for Trap the Dream. Doesn't win today, I'm not picking him again. Fifth race, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. Non-winners of a race since the date or never won 4 races. Good to see Max Foster turning back. I think they were being stubborn, thinking the horse could go long. I still like. I mean, it's a tough field though. An interesting one is Fire Down Below. That Bob Seger comes off of a win and a DQ last time, and that's unfortunate for the jockey because I see the jockey Oliver Calderon doesn't have a win this year. Looked like that was going to be his win, so I don't know if that was a DQ of a positive test or a DQ from the race, but yeah, Penn National doesn't have charts on there on the Equibase site. But Fire Down Below, numbers-wise, coming out of those races, the 2 and 6 months at Penn National, those are tougher races overall, and this horse won the last race. Logic says Fire Down Below is going to win this race. And the other part of that is this horse is a 13-time winner going against mostly 3-time winners. Looks like a nice spot, well spotted by Amy Albright. This one horse looks tough. The inside speed of the race looks to come from the 2 Bowing Snowman. Now you got to love the Mullers, but they won't let me take this horse on top, or I might have took him on top. Well, I still would have probably took Fire Down Below. Still got to pick the horse second because he does look like the inside speed. I would like him, and probably would have picked him over Fire Down Below if it was 5.5 furlongs. At 6 furlongs, I think Fire Down Below could wear him down. But Bowing Snowman comes off probably his best race of the year, and he does look like the inside speed. If he can rein it in and get that speed to go all the way around the racetrack. 8-1 morning line, but he might have a tactical edge, especially with tracks like yesterday. Norgay won't be that far off of Bowing Snowman. Ran good last time. I don't know where that race came from for Smoking Alone. Wasn't in great form. Fired a big shot last time with that race with that one, and then came back the other day and didn't run as well. They were like 4th or 5th. So, I don't know, Smoking Alone was maybe like the track or something that day, the good track. But it's not like Norgay ran that bad. And again, his stalking style should put him in the mix because he'll be right off of Bowing Snowman early and can get into the number. I'll throw in Coglows to fight. A little concerned about the cutback in distance. I know he's won at 6 furlongs before, but there's not a lot of speed in here, and he's a deep closer. Now, if Bowing Snowman usually doesn't win at 6 furlong, gets second and third a lot at 6 furlongs. You look at the overall record, 1 for 17 with 5 seconds and 6/3. It's a great in the money percentage, 12 for 17. But if he does have a little trouble getting 6 furlongs, maybe one of these deep closers can pick him up. And I think you got to use Conglos to fight on the drop in class anyway to be in the number. I'll go with the 5, 2, 4, and 3. I'm not going to say anything negative about Bowing Snowman because I know I'll hear about it when I go, or I might have already just did. 6th race, a 5,000 claimer going to mile 70. Fillies and mares that have not won 2 races since a date or never won 4 races. My guess is you're not going to get 5-1 on Sweet DeSantis off of the last effort. She absolutely dominated that field. And that's what I was waiting for with Sweet DeSantis in previous races. She looked good in her first start of the year because the distance was too short and speed was good. But she's just kind of running evenly, second and third the last. And then finally, at least maybe got Galley had to stop a little bit, and then she just took off under Louis Perez. That was a good effort. And Galley did run third yesterday. I mean, was with the track, but got pressed the whole way, kind of setting it up for the closer. So that one did run well. The time was good, and the number is better than anybody in here. And you can almost say that 3 Lifetime that she won is just as tough as the one since the date or the 4 Lifetime this race is. So it's just a matter of pace. I don't think she gets a ton of pace in here. It does look like True Destiny might be able to go to the front. Mind of Gold is the other speed. But I like where True Destiny is. I mean, she's at the 2 posts inside of Mind the Gold. She could hold the rail. And she drops a class to 5,000. That's the big thing. Her last couple of races aren't as good, but she's been over her head. I mean, Isle Storm and Small Pebbles, that's a tough race. Those are both from the Linda Dixon bar, at least they were. Small Pebbles now claimed by O'Callahan. And their last race was an allowance race, so it does get some class relief. Dropping to the bottom, does True Destiny. Think you got to use the horse. Mind of Gold, yes, she'll be out there with True Destiny. There isn't a lot of speed. Maybe Call Me Carmelita decides to be aggressive. Man, I was just surprised. I was going to use All Biz. Then I saw that Jackie Davis got off that horse to ride Call Me Carmelito. I don't like a little bit, unless she gets an easy lead in here. Yeah, that makes All Biz not so much a player if she doesn't like the horse. But, you know, it depends on the pace flow more than anything. Binagle is one of those forwardly placed horses that's going to be close up in a race that doesn't have a ton of speed. Then you got the 7, Stay Home Mama. She dropped to 5, but she's still the same old Stay Home Mama where she's just a horse you use in the number. But she was always good for that. I mean, she was a good check getter last year. Always second or third or fourth every race. Second, third, or fourth with her mild late run, I guess is what you'll say. The last race, a 4th place finish behind these horses. And it wasn't a very strong race, but she only lost by 2 lengths. I think that puts her in the number here. 8-2-5-7 in the 6. Okay, 7th race. Kind of significant scratches in the pace standpoint. We do scratch the 1 Forward Motion and the 2 Father Walsh. I think the horse that benefits the most from that is the 4, the Last Ace. So I did use that horse second. This does feature the return of Bust and Shout. Remember, Bust and Shout was here early on in that one's career running in allowance races. I think Paul Barrow was the trainer of Bust and Shout when he was here before. And you can see the Finger Lakes record. It's not bad. 5 for 6 in the top 2. And that's against allowance horses when he was here before. Good record at the distance. And now returns coming out of open claimers at Saratoga and Belmont Aqueduct, although his last race isn't good. And that puts some concerns if you're back in Bust and Shout, because we're seeing these horses are coming in for Rudy Rodriguez and Linda Rice, great trainers. They've always had success sending them here to Finger Lakes. Doesn't seem like so much this year, though, so far, with these big favorites sent in by Rodriguez and Linda Rice. But this one looks tough in here, and I'm going to use them on top. Last Ace ran a hole in the wind his first start off the layoff on that sloppy racetrack. But it wasn't like that sloppy track was a speed favoring racetrack. It wasn't at all. I mean, speed wasn't, it was a fair track that day. But he got to his race, and he got out there in pretty quick fractions and just kept going. He wasn't able to repeat that race the next start, although it was a pretty tough field he was in against, going 5.5. He stays at 5.5, same level and distance. And again, I think he benefits a lot from the scratches of Forward Motion and Father Walsh. And he looks like the possible speed of the race. At least he's inside of Almondro, who kind of can do either. I mean, Nutsy I'm going to use was a beaten favorite last time, but Almondro did take advantage of the fact that one of the reasons was one of the speeds got off slowly. That kind of helped Almondro. I think he would have got the lead anyway. But he was able to really control the pace because the other speed didn't get out all that well. So I don't know. It's a different race now with the presence of the Last Ace. Might help Nutsy a little bit. And Almondro does look like the other one. It depends on the pace flow here. And even, it's a horse that doesn't need the lead. He could sit just off of the Last Ace or try to press and try to go by it. It doesn't look like Boss Holiday, who's got speed, is as fast as the other two. I'm going to go the 8, 4, 1A, and 5 in the 7th race. All right, let's conclude the picks and our race card analysis with race number 8. We don't have any scratches, at least early in this race. And man, if you take the morning line odds and who my top 3 are in here, and I get the trifecta for these morning line odds for this last race, I'm looking at going on a good vacation. You won't see me for a while. I don't think you're going to get those odds in some of these horses, but it is one of those races, the last race of the card, that seems to be very wide open. I wouldn't blame anybody for taking the all button in the last. If you're playing pick fours, pick fives, although it gets a little expensive if you're spreading out some of the other races. And now remember, there's a little bit of a pick six carryover today. I think the last race makes it tough. I mean, if you're playing $1 pick sixes, we've got over $6,000 in the pick six pool. Maybe you want to cut down your early races so you can spread out a little bit in this last. Same thing if you're looking at the pick four and pick fives. I would want to spread out in today's last race. And I could have gone a lot of different directions in this race, but I'm looking at horses that might have been against it in their last race. I mean, I'm looking at the Georgie's ladies race where that horse, well, you know, Mike Ferraro Sr. is still the sharpest guy here. Recognized that inside speed got good that day and sent that horse up the inside and just kept going with the track. It was much the best anyway. It was under wraps at the end. But some of these horses that were trying to make outside moves when that track got strong on the inside kind of flattened out. And George's Vice went really wide on the turn. Keep in mind, he took a lot of play that race. I know her previous couple races weren't that good, but she was up against it, the way that track was playing at the end of the day, and went very, very wide. Plus was behind a much the best winner. Plus it was a sloppy racetrack. I would give this horse another chance. If you liked her a little bit last time, as mentioned, she was the favorite all the way up until they went into the gate. Then Georgie's Ladies became the favorite, but she should be tough in here. Although she's one of a few you could consider in the last. I'm going to use her off the trip. I mean, and then you got a Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley horse at 10-1 morning line. Just won, and then caught that sloppy track. And again, she's chasing that pace set by Georgie's Ladies, who wasn't coming back. So she lost her interest, and who knows, maybe might not like that sloppy track. Overall, I think you can draw a line through a lot of horses coming out of that race. So sometimes when you get that strong bias, like it was when the rain comes down, and that was one of the stronger ones we did, only for a few races, but that's what the rain caused. And you could watch it, every race, the last few races were just all, it was like a conveyor belt on the inside. And she loves to move, was in the race, and just basically got tired of chasing. You look at her previous race, yeah, it's good enough to be right there against this field, and she's 10-1 morning line. Now, depending on how this day goes and the speed's winning or not, you got to think necessary and proper. If this horse can get the lead, she could turn her form around. Yeah, she didn't have great form to begin with, but she wasn't running against allowance horses. She dropped the 11-9 and goes first time Lasix, was able to get the lead eventually, and ended up winning that race. That's the 11-9s. Well, her next race, she dropped off of the win, caught another sloppy track, but broke horribly. Cost her any chance. This looks like a need the lead type, because that's what happened last time. She didn't break all that sharp again, and now she's outside chasing George's Ladies. I give this horse a big chance if, and only if, she's able to break well and get the front end. She's very dangerous. There isn't a lot of speed in this race, and she also could benefit from the scratch of Ruler of the Night. Sweet Tooth Sue looks to be their speed. I think she's faster than that one if she breaks. Kaz's Rose, well, you can't throw out any Engelhart horses, and this one's a beaten favorite last time. No real excuse. Maybe the 6 for a long distance. She shortens up to 5.5. Just don't love the post. I mean, she's way, way out there. 10 post now, outside post 9. Yeah, this is a race where I would spread out a lot. I mean, you got 2 Paul Barrow horses. Both of them have a chance. Jessica's race coming off a win, and so is Kitty Tintin. Luna Loca, I mean, she's faced better in the past. She comes out of that good Sweet DeSantis route race. She cuts back. Sweet Tooth Sue's coming off the best number in the field. I didn't even use the horse. So that last race, if you're playing pick 4s, pick 5s, or whatever, unless you're taking a shot, I would recommend spreading a little bit, because that race looks relatively wide open. Those are the most fun races to finish out the day. Good races for tries and supers as well. Okay, we're dark the rest of the week. Man, we got a lot upcoming, a lot of action still left in this season. We're not done till the day before Thanksgiving, In a couple weeks, we got our 2-year-old feature day with the aspirin steaks and the lady finger steaks. Got $2 hot dogs that day as well. That's a couple weeks away. But the next live racing day will be this coming Monday with the 1 o'clock first post. See you then.
field for the Wednesday opener is making its way to the track. The 1 is Abe Honestly with Cabercoa. The 2 is Margarita Sunrise. Nazario Alvarado rides. The 3 is Tenancy with Michael Davila Jr. The 4 is Masked Marauder. Jose Baez is in the saddle. The 5 is Prepare for Glory. Jackie Davis rides. The 7 is Play Ball with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 6 is Double Vision with Rafael Rohina Jr. Welcome to this Wednesday afternoon here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm the big A, Anthony Stabile, your track announcer. Pick 6 carryover starts in race 3. If you need PPs, there's $6,360 waiting. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Free PPs each and every racing day of the 2024 meeting. All right, we start with some non-winners of a year claimers here in the opener. The 4 Masked Marauder for Dana Saul was off an August layoff, raced in June, so missed about the first 2 months of the meeting. Came in and got beat about 6 lengths, a little over that. Back in for the waiver again by way of the new rules, and gets another essentially free shot at this. And I would imagine that whatever kept him away for so long and then kept him away again, that Dana has figured it out, or at the very least gets him back on the right track. He has races in his career that would absolutely annihilate this field. It hasn't happened for a couple of years, 3 years at this point, but he has some back races, and if he's right, he's going to make quick work of this bunch. He's 9-2. He's the right price to find out. I figured he'd be around 3.5, 4-1. Right now he's 4.5 to 1. We'll see where he ends up on the tote board. But I like Masked Marauder today. The number 7, Play Ball, ships in from Thistledown. First time for Ilmar Loiza, who's winning at just over 20%, having a fantastic meet. We've seen the Thistle shippers do pretty well. This horse, amazingly, in this area most of his career. 74 starts. He has yet to make his way to Farmington. So as a 9-year-old now, about to turn 10 the end of the year, about 3.5 months from now. He makes his first start here. He's got some tactical speed. He's got a good draw. Anthony Rodriguez is having a really nice maiden voyage here at Finger Lakes, winning it just over 15%. He's the 2-1 favorite. I don't know if you can say anyone should be the favorite in here. This would be, I would have a hard time declaring a favorite in here. He should be one of the ones betting right now. He is your lukewarm favorite. As you can see, it's a wide open tote board. And then finally, Abe Honestly raced really well off the December layoff in August. Another one who missed a considerable amount of time. He missed almost 8 months, and he made his first start for Robert Johnston, who from a limited number of starters is having a successful meet. He didn't break well in both of his starts this year. Koa stays, but he really went the wrong way when he came back in just a week last time. And that's kind of understandable. Kind of the quintessential bounce, right? You miss all that time, just about 8 months, come back in a week and bounce to the moon. If he comes back to that fig first off the layoff this year, he's going to be tough. And although he's had 29 starts, this will be start number 30. He's only had 11 on dirt, 13 on grass, 6 on synth. He's had success on both grass and dirt. We'll see if he found the right level here. I'll forgive the last effort because he came back so quickly. Now he gets 3 weeks. We'll see how he reacts. 2.5 weeks, I should say, how he reacts to that. 4-7-1, as Masked Marauder just took all of the money to get bet down to favoritism. Early pick 4 starts here. Pick 6 starts in race number 3. Again, free PPs, fingerlakesgaming.com. Carry over in that pick 6 is $6,360. Tough card today. Should be a lot of fun. Best of luck in the opener here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the Wednesday opener has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we are set to kick off the early double and the early pick four. Abe Honestly, the first to load. He'll actually be beat to the punch by Double Vision, who'll load without rider Rafael Rohina Jr. Rohina will climb into the gate now as Abe Honestly goes in. Here's Margarita Sunrise. Big Long Shot Tendency is up next. Current favorite Masked Marauder goes in. Prepare for Glory goes forward. And the last to load is Play Ball. We'll do just that in a matter of moments here for the Finger Lakes opener. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking a bit slowly there was the number 5. Prepare for Glory. Up front, there's Double Vision for the lead, joined by Tendency to the inside. The two inside, the duo inside, Abe Honestly and Margarita Sunrise rush up now. Gap of 4 to Play Ball. 2 more to Masked Marauder, and after the flat-footed start, Prepare for Glory trails. Abe Honestly and Cabercoa have a 2-length lead through an opening quarter and a quick 22-4. They are tracked by Double Vision, the one-time leader. Margarita Sunrise drops back a bit in third. Tendency's there from the back. Play Ball gets in gear. Anthony Rodriguez has him with a 3-wide bid. Masked Marauder has about 10 to make up, and under a drive is Prepare for Glory. The field makes their way to the quarter pole. Abe Honestly gets them there through a half and 46-4. Play Ball set down for the drive in second. Off the turn and into the stretch. Abe Honestly's pretty much been there from the start. Play Ball with dead aim, trying to make up ground late. Masked Marauder, but he's not going to get there today. Abe Honestly has a 4-length lead. Abe Honestly past the 16th pole, well on his way to an opening race victory. He won it by 7 at the end. Then it was Play Ball. Masked Marauder, Prepare for Glory overcame the bad start to round out the Super and won 12-3. Number 1, Abe Honestly was first. 7, Play Ball second. 4, Mass Marauder third. 5, Prepare for Glory finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Abe Honestly. 6-year-old gelding just on a Pharaoh Bob out of the Bernardini mare, Miss Bernadette. Abe Honestly is owned by Bruno Chickendance, trained by Robert J.W. Johnston. Winning rider, our leading one, Cabercoa. Race 1's official, $2 exact on 1-7, 44.60. 50-cent try, 174, 22.50. And the 10-cent super, 1745, $8.40. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the day. No changes in the second. Post time for race 2 is in just over 23 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on Monday, September 23rd for steaks and hot dogs. 3 stakes races on the card, the Aspirant and Ladyfinger for the 2-year-old New York breds, and of course the Leon Reed Memorial for the older horses sprinting. That's not all. The Zweigels are back. $2 Zweigels, $1.50 fountain sodas down at the wire. First post 1 p.m., doors open 11:30. It's Monday, September 23rd. Come on out to Finger Lakes for steaks and hot dogs. You won't want to miss it.
All right, in the paddock for race number 2, better race for Abe, honestly, today. A good job by Keeber Koa moving through on the inside at the right time and able to hold off any challengers in that one. Keeber Koa for trainer Robert Johnson. Start off the Wednesday card. Second race, a 5,000 maiden claimer going a mile 70. Starts at pick 3. We got a daily double, Exacta Try and Super offered in here. Start with the 2, Ligon's Legacy. Man, big price right now at odds of 7-1. Gotta watch a replay of this horse in her starts. She was a little bit rank in her second start. Probably would have won that race if she could have kept a straight path. Did not want to be inside horses. It was trying to get out the whole time, and it seems like they fixed that problem, but she was in a tough field last time in the sprint. This horse is very well bred for the route. That was a speed favored track as well last time. There wasn't a lot of speed in the race either. Ligon's Legacy with a stretch out. Definitely the best bred in this race for the distance, and 8-1. Not much respect for this one, who looks to be a major threat. Jen's Kiss going to get some action in here, you would think. Yeah, she's one of the favorites right now at 5-2. Could be the speed in here, and it depends on how fast Archivist is early, sending from the inside. But Jen's Kiss stretching out of routes might be quicker than that one. And if the inside speed is as good as it was yesterday, at least the horse on the inside won the first race today, it would really be to the benefit of whoever does get the lead. But I figure Jen's Kiss, form-wise, is better than most of these. It'll be the big question of the stretch out in distance. The 6 horses, Ida Denial, who won't be that far off the pace. I mean, she was in that really slow race on July 1st, one of the slowest, probably the slowest race of the year. But she was right there at least. And last time it wasn't like she ran that badly, finishing just off the board. Maybe a horse to use underneath in this spot. Same with Crystal. Crystal usually always fires, but she's had her chances and might be going the wrong direction the couple of races. She's had a lot of starts this year in the last 2. She's been fading. I'm going to go with the 2 on top. 2, 3, 6, 7. A little bit of a price on Ligon's Legacy, which is a surprise. Exacta Try Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Archivist. Nazario Alvarado rides. The 2 is Ligon's Legacy with Jeremiah Flores. The 3 is Jen's Kiss. Michael Davila Jr. rides. The 4 is Frankie C. Rafael Rohina Jr. is in the saddle. The 5 is My Little One. Manuel de Diego is in the saddle.
Anthony, the 6 may be a little late. He had to get attack reset.
The 7 is Crystal with Jackie Davis. And we're just waiting for number 6, Ida Denial, with John Berrios, who had a little equipment repair, a saddle adjustment in the paddock, I'm being told. So that's your field of 7 here to wrap up the early double. Start the first pick 3. Ligon's Legacy for me. Paul Barrow, one of his main riders, Jeremiah Flores, teaming up. 3 sprints to the route. You know, I just don't think she's fast enough to keep up with the sprinters. And now stretching out, she has Archivist to her inside, who has plenty of early speed. I never thought I'd say those words, by the way. We'll get back to Archivist in a minute. Ligon's Legacy has Jen's Kiss to her outside, stretching out as well. So there's some speed in here for her. And I would imagine it's just going to be easier for her, Crystal, as well, from the 7 draw, to just lope along. Maybe that's a nice way of saying she's slow. I just think distance is going to be her friend. Because you could tell she tries, she comes at the end of her races. I just don't think sprinting is for her. And I'll tell you what, if I'm right, I'm finding out at the right price at 6-1. Because I'm always going to gravitate towards these horses. Archivist 0 for 15. No. 0 for 10, Jen's Kiss. Now I have them 2nd and 3rd. Frankie C 0 for 23. My Little One 0 for 27. Ida Denial 0 for 11. Crystal 0 for 9. Yeah, I'm going to take the one that's 0 for 3, trying something new for the first time. At that price. I landed on Ligon's Legacy. Jen's Kiss, stretching out. Solomini, Quiet American mare. Here's the funny thing about Jen's Kiss. She has been through 2 barns prior. Pat Quick, Michael Anthony Ferraro. Both very, very sharp conditioners. With her pedigree, you would think she would have been stretched out a long time ago. She's never raced beyond 6 furlongs, 6.5 furlongs. That's a little bit of a red flag for me. She stops in her races, another red flag. We'll see if sprinting wasn't for her and if stretching out is. She's 7-2. And then finally, good old Archivist, my baby. Yeah, she's kind of found her friends going long on the dirt here. I think she's more of a turf horse. I've always thought that. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, she's shown a lot of speed in her last 2 for a filly that used to have trouble breaking out of the gate, and you see it there. Stumbled badly, broke step slow, all of it. Just found her friends stretching out. I don't know if she can get in front of Jen's Kiss, if Jen's Kiss wants to lead, or Crystal for that matter. Crystal's the 9-5 favorite. Crystal ran long one time. It was going a mile in the slop. She had a 6-length lead, and she stopped on the dime. I don't know if she wants to go this far. I would not try her as the favorite, I can tell you that. 2-3-1 for me. We'll see if Ligon's Legacy likes stretching out here at 6-1. Best of luck in race 2. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race number 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The number 3, Jen's Kiss, is already in her stall. Here goes Archivist to stall 1. Lygon's Legacy is next. Couple of long shots. Frankie C first. My Little One goes in next. Here's the gray filly, Ida Denial. And the last to load is your current lukewarm favorite, Crystal. There in the gate. Actually still waiting on Crystal. Now she's set. And they're off. Hustled out of there is My Little One. Intent on the lead is Emmanuel De Diego, and they get it. They have it a length. Back in second is Lygon's Legacy. Between fillies and mares, Frankie C rushes up. Going wide there was Ida Denial. She pushed Crystal out 7 deep in the first turn. In the meantime, Archivist saved all the ground. And at the back of the pack is Jen's Kiss. My Little One, the leader. A line of 4 right behind her through an easy opening quarter of 25 flat. Archivist is there. Lygon's Legacy, Frankie C, and widest of all is Crystal. There's 2.5 lengths separating the top 5. Then there's a gap of 4 back to the gray Ida Denial, and to her inside is Jen's Kiss. 8 lengths from front to back as they make their way up the Finger Lakes backstretch. They're led by My Little One. Lygon's Legacy between fillies and mares is second. Far outside is Crystal. Riding the rails is Archivist, ready to roll from 4 through a 50 and 1/2. Out of last is Jen's Kiss. Ida Denial 6th. And now the trailer is Frankie C. They're heading to the turn. My Little One. Lygon's Legacy's under a ride. Crystal comes under the whip. Archivist has had enough from the back. Trying to rev up now is Jen's Kiss. My Little One through 3/4 and 116. De Diego just took a peek over his left shoulder. He likes what he sees. He still has a length and a half. Lygon's Legacy's been tracking this one and trying to gun her down the entire way. Up the inside comes Jen's Kiss. Off the turn and into the stretch. My Little One, her strides are shortening. Here comes Lygon's Legacy after her. My Little One's a big price. Lygon's Legacy got her, though, and past the 16th pole, it's Lygon's Legacy. Trying to battle back is My Little One, but Lygon's Legacy is going to get out of the maiden ranks by 3 parts of a length. Then it was My Little One. It was a long way back. Ida Denial won the show, though, over Crystal in 148 and 4. Number 2, Lygon's Legacy was first. 5, My Little One second. 6, Ida Denial third. 7, Crystal fourth. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 2, Lygon's Legacy. She's a 3-year-old daughter of Sacanet, out of the Freud mare Chinchilla Dust. A New York bred, Lygon's Legacy is owned and trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores. Race 2 is official. $2 double, 1-2, 41.80. $2 exacta, 2-5, 69 even. 50-cent try, 256, 82.62. And the 10-cent super, 2-5, 6-7, $80.75. Race 3 comes up next, folks. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. There's a carryover in the pick 6 of $6,360. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Here in race 3, you can scratch the 3, Peace Be With Q. Race 3, scratch the 3, and a rider change for the 4, Dosage of Mimosas, to Anthony Rodriguez. Please note, corrected weight for Dosage of Mimosas, waive the apprentice allowance, is 122 pounds. No changes in races 4, 5, or 6. If you turn to the 7th race, you can scratch the 1, Forward Motion, and the 2, Father Walsh. Race 7, scratch the 1 and 2. And in race number 8, you can scratch the 1, Ruler of the Night. Race 8, scratch the 1. The $1 pick 6 with a carryover of $6,360 comes up here in race 3. Post time for the 3rd is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 3. Looking back at the second, Legon's Legacy. Yeah, the stretch out was the big thing for that horse. Jeremiah Slores did a good job staying close as my little one trying to steal it on the front end for long shot Eddie Babcock. That one did get away with some relatively slow enough fractions, but Legon Legacy just proved best as she was able to wear that one down to win race number 2. All right, they're about to go on the track for the third scratch of 3. Peach Be with you. With Q, kind of a big positive for the one Blue Eyed Warrior. If she wants to get out there to the lead, she could be able to do it from that rail position, especially with Peach Be with Q not out there with the speed. Figure she was caught chasing after a Bonfire Diva last time, just got tired of chasing. Maybe a better chance today going 6 furlongs from that inside position. She's at 3-1 with a lot of early play on the 6 leadership ability on the cutback. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the Pick 6 starts with this race against Scratch the 3.
The field for race 3, the start of today's $1 Pick 6, with the carryover of $6,360 is on the track. The 1 is Blue Eyed Warrior with Andre Worry. The 2 is Devilly with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 3, Peace Be With You. The 4 is Dosage and Mimosas. Note the rider change to Anthony Rodriguez. The 5 is Motley Sue with J.M. Rohina. The 6 is Leadership Ability. Cabercoa looks for 2 wins on the card. And the 7, Strange Fruit with Heeman Harkey. All right, pick 6 time. I want to tell you why. I thought this was a very interesting card today. I think it was the easiest card we've ever seen here at Finger Lakes. Dosage and Mimosas gets Anthony Rodriguez today. And this is no offense to the Bug Rider. I'm a big Anthony Rodriguez fan. And I think the rider change is going to help this horse's cause. Even though he picks up the 7 pounds. His last 2 races were good. His first 2 races of the year, not so good. Last 2 races were good. He made up a lot of ground last time along the inside. They were flying up front. Full disclosure, they were flying, but I thought he made up a lot of ground last time. I thought he raced really, really well. Best race in a long time. And he's got some speed in here today. Blue Eyed Warrior from the rail's going to go. Leadership Ability's cutting back, but I would imagine there's some speed there. Motley Sue's always fast. So I think there's a little pace in here for him. I think he gets She gets a couple of targets, and she just ticked down to co-favoritism. I think she makes a lot of sense here. The 6 Leadership Ability cutting back makes a lot of sense as well. I know she won going long, but I do believe she is a little bit better in the sprints and around 1 turn. Because she came here and she crushed, and she's losing ground at the end of those distance races. I think the sprint distance, this 3/4, it hits her right between the eyes, and I think she's going to be tough. I like 4s and 6s in here. And then Blue Eyed Warrior, without Motley Sue, Blue Eyed Warrior would be a very likely winner of this race, but she has to deal with the speed of Motley Sue. And maybe even Leadership Ability. She had the 2-race win streak snapped last time as the favorite. I don't know if it was the step up in class. I don't know last time. She just didn't fire. And the start before was probably the best start of her career. So maybe she regressed. Maybe she bounced. I don't know. If she did and she comes back into her fig, she should be tough as well. Um, this is a tough pick six today. It's a tough card. It's a fun card. You know, I think you have to use all three of them. But I like doses and mimosas to get the money today. I think there's enough speed in here for her to set up her late run. 4-6-1 from me. Best of luck if you're playing the pick six. Kicks off right here in race 3. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those pick six tickets in. The field for race 3, the start of today's pick 6, is behind the gate, and it's post time. Blue-Eyed Warrior goes in first. Here's Devilly. Dosage and Mimosas, the longest price on the board, currently goes in. Here's Motley Sue. Slight favorite leadership ability. The last to load is Strange Fruit. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Dosage and Mimosas for the lead. Along the rails, Blue-Eyed Warrior. To the outside is Leadership Ability. Back and forth, 2.5 from the front is Devilly. The trailing duo are Strange Fruit and Motley Sue as they make their way up the backstretch. The Blue-Eyed Warrior has a length and a half. Dosage and Mimosas passed now by Leadership Ability. Back and forth is Devilly along the rail through an opening quarter of 23 flat. Strange Fruit's fifth, just ahead of Motley Sue, who's about 8 lengths from the leader. It's Blue-Eyed Warrior. Leadership Ability comes calling on the leader. These two have 2.5 on Dosage and Mimosas, who's under a drive in third. Strange Fruits with a 3-wide bid. The Grays trying to make up some ground. Devilly rides the rails through a half in 46 and almost 4. Past the 3/16 pole. Any one of 6 can win it here. On the lead, it's still Blue-Eyed Warrior. Here comes Dosage and Mimosas. Motley Sue from the back, and on the far outside, it's Strange Fruit. Motley Sue strikes the lead. Strange Fruit, Dosage and Mimosas. Strange Fruit, Dosage and Mimosas, and Motley Sue. Strange Fruit won it. Strange Fruit won it from Motley Sue and Dosage and Mimosas. Final time was 1:13.3. At 14-1, Strange Fruit was first. 5, Motley Sue second. 4, Dosage and Mimosas third. 6, Leadership Ability finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 7, Strange Fruit. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Teufelsberg out of the Harlem Rocker mare Billie Holiday Blues. A New York bred, Strange Fruit is owned by William Hebert and trained by Ralph D'Alessandro. Winning rider, He-Man Harkey, and it's official. $2 double 2-7, 212 even. $2 exact to 7.5, 246.50. 50-cent try, 7.54, 243 even. 10-cent super, 7.546, 171.50. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's 50-cent pick 5. No changes in the fourth. Post time for race 4, which is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, looking back at race number 3, and that figured to be a wide open one as the speed backed up, and they were all bunched coming down the stretch. But it was the deep closer, outside closer, Strange Fruit, that got up to get the win with the drop in class. Heeman Harkey for Ralph D'Alessandro to start off the pick 6 with a big price, $31 to start it off. Good luck if you do have a spread out ticket the rest of the way and had that horse involved, because you could be looking at a good payer today or a possible carryover into Monday. 5,000 claimer is the fourth going, 6 furlongs. And yeah, I'll start with the 6 Trap the Dream. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this horse. He just isn't the same horse. You would think when he dropped to 5,000, he'd be awfully tough. He didn't even hit the board first time dropping to 5, and then last time was absolutely no threat. Way back also ran third, although the speed didn't back up, and he found himself with way too much to do for 5.5 furlongs. At least he gets an extra half furlong today. If he doesn't show much for early speed and a little dull early, and maybe he can make up the ground. This is a field, might be a now or never for Trap the Dream. Obviously a contender in here, but hard to have faith in him either, the way he's been running the last couple of starts. The 2 Massey Hall, very logical in here, at least to hit the board, but he's usually an underneath type. Maybe this is the kind of field that he can beat. It was the speed that they just kind of ran 1-2 around the track last time, following the leader. Well, you look at the fractions, they were pretty slow, but he never really runs a bad race. Always right there, should get a good trip, and have to use him in the top 3. But another one that's not a lot of faith. I really don't have a lot of faith in anybody in this race as far as putting him on top. See, you see Along Came the Prince is getting some play. He's a 7-1. Don't know if he's going to be like being on the rail. The 8 With No Name is technically out of condition, still eligible for a 2 lifetime, but the numbers match up. And this horse has faced tougher before dropping to 5. Ran in a similar condition in the slop. He ran 4th behind Conformis. That race puts him right there. Town Jack getting closer, it seems like, the last couple. Again, this is an easier field, and that's just basically it. I mean, you got horses, if they're competitive against tougher, figure to be close against these, and maybe another race you might be able to sneak out a long shot. But I'm going to take the shot with Trap the Dream, that this horse still got another one in the tank. This Trap the Dream at odds of 2-1. Massey Hall battle in that one for favoritism. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 5 starts with this race.
The field for race 4 is on the track. The 1 is Along Came the Prince. Jose Baez rides. The 2 is Massey Hall with Stephen Frett. The 3 is Vibe Setter. Rafael Rohina Jr. is in the saddle. the 4 is hardly working. Anthony Rodriguez rides. The 5 is Blood Moon with John Berrios. The 6 is Trap the Dream with Kevin Navarro in the saddle. The 7's Town Jack. Emmanuel De Diego rides. And the 8 is With No Name. Heeman Harkey looks to go back-to-back on the Wednesday card. So, Massey Hall. Oh, good old Massey Hall. 24-1 last time. The race kind of did not shape up the way I thought it would last time. Son of Darkness went to the lead, and the other 2 speeds were nowhere to be found early on. I liked Massey Hall last time. I took a swing at 24-1, and I missed because there was no way I thought the winner would get loose on the lead. It's a story for another day. But he ran well, and he has Along Came the Prince to his inside today, and he has Hardly Working in here. There should be some speed on. And being the one that had a chase last time gives me confidence that if he has to go do the dirty work, he can. 2-1's a terrible price. I thought this was my buddy Joe Whiffy from Emerald Downs asked me if I had anybody that was going to be a price today, and I gave him 2 horses, including Massey Hall. Joe, I did not know 2-1 was going to be the price on Massey Hall. I apologize. But here we are. The 6, Trap the Dream. This turns out to be a race. I thought there was going to be some value for me in this race. It turns out to be, I picked the chalk 1, 2, 3. Trap the Dream finished behind Massey Hall. Again, Massey Hall took matters into his own hands. Trap the Dream really couldn't. That race did not develop the way it was supposed to. So if Trap the Dream gets pace, he should be more effective today as well. And I do think there'll be more pace in here. And then finally, With No Name. He failed as the favorite last time. He took all the money, just around 7-5, and he just got beat 3 parts of a length. That was last Monday on Labor Day, where we were all eating hot dogs, and he was just missing as the chalk. It's been a long time between drinks for this horse. Lone Win came about a week and a half shy of 2 years ago down at the Big A. So another one, he's going to need some help up front. 8-5 now on Massey Hall. Wow. 2-6-8 for me. Looks like it's going to be a chalky start to the early pick 5. Best of luck if you're playing. Post time's a little over 2 minutes away. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 4, the start of today's 50-cent pick 5, is behind the gate, and it's post time. 8 runners going 6 furlongs. Along Came the Prince goes in first. Slight favorite Massey Hall's up next. Trio of long shots. Vibe Setter. Hardly Working. Blood Moon is next. We will have a harvest full moon next Tuesday, the 17th. A little bit of an astronomical nerd. Trap the Dream goes forward. Here's Town Jack. With No Name looks to give Heeman Harkey a natural double. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking a little slowly there was the number 2, Massey Hall. From the outside, it's Town Jack. At the rail, Along Came the Prince and Jose Baez looking for the lead. Between's Hardly Working. Overcoming the slow beginnings, Massey Hall in the mix, as well as Vibe Setter. Those 5 have 2 lengths on With No Name. There's Trap the Dream to his inside, and the trailer is Blood Moon, 10 lengths from the lead. Along Came the Prince, encountered by Massey Hall. These two through an opening quarter of 23-3. Sensible opening panel here. Hardly Working. Tracks 2 lengths back. Town Jack ready to roll. He's going to be caught 4 wide on the far turn. With No Name has 6 to make up. From the back, Trap the Dream and Kevin Navarro are underway. 5 lengths from the lead. The field makes their way past the quarter pole through a half in 47-3. Off the turn and into the stretch, another one wide open. 5 of them can win it. Down the center, here's Town Jack. Furthest out is With No Name. Widest of all is Trap the Dream, who keeps on coming. With No Name just took the lead. Here comes Trap the Dream. With No Name a half length. Trap the Dream's flying. Keep an eye on Trap the Dream, who rolled by 3 jumps from the line to get the money. Over With No Name. Third was Along Came the Prince. Town Jack rounds out the super. 113 and a deuce. Number 6, Trap the Dream was first. 8, With No Name second. 1, Along Came the Prince third. 7, Town Jack fourth. 6, 8, 1, 7 here in race 4. Turning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Trap the Dream. 6-year-old Gelding's the son of Trap Shot. Out of the Fusaichi Pegasus mare, Bright Line. A New York bred. Trap the Dreams, owned by Windy Lee Farm LLC, trained by Jonathan Buckley, winning rider Kevin Navarro. $2 double 7-6, 193 even. $2 exact is 6-8, 18-20. 50-cent try, 6-8-1, 29.62. 10-cent super, 6-8, 1-7, $15.17. 50-cent pick 3, 276, 211 and a quarter. And the 50-cent pick 4, 1276, $434.25. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of today's late pick 4. No changes in races 5 or 6. Race number 7, scratch the 1 forward motion, part of the entry, and the 2, Father Walsh. Race 7, scratch the 1 and 2. And in race number 8, scratch the 1, part of the entry, ruler of the night. Race 8, scratch the 1. Post time for the 5th, the start of the late pick 4, is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, about ready to go on the track for race number 5. Didn't look like Trap the Dream was going to get there, but he finally kicked in the late stages, well timed by Kevin Navarro to get the victory for John Buckley, just catching with no name as the speed backed up. All right, 5th race, a 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs, never won for condition. And this was a pretty open race, although I did think the 5 Fire Down Below had a little bit of a class and speed figure edge on this field, coming off a victory where he got DQ'd in his last start. But this is a horse that has been running at the bottoms of Penn National. Those bottoms should be a little better than this condition here, because you look at the condition, most of the horses in here are in for the 4 lifetime condition. And here's a 13-time winner who's done very well at this distance as well. 7 of those 13 wins here. This will be the first time against Finger Lakes competition. Numbers say the horse fits and is getting some play at odds of 6-5. The 2 horses, Bowing Snowman, dangerous with his speed here because there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed signed up in this race. And Bowing Snowman showed some speed, pressed the pace the whole way. It was shorter distance of 5.5, but ran very well to hold on to be third against a tougher field where Gandy Dancing, the horse that was second, came back to win. Of course, Bustin Pietri, a good one at that level. A much tougher $5,000 field that he comes out of that he ran very well. Problem is it's 6 furlongs today. He hasn't been as good going 3/4 in his career, but he does look like he might have a tactical edge as the inside speed. The 4 is Norgay. Norgay won't be far off of Bowing Snowman early. Ran second against the 5,000s last time. I don't know where that race came from smoking alone, but he actually did a decent time for the 5,000 level for the day. So this horse has not run badly since dropping to 5,000. It's been no worse than second. It's got to be included in the number. I got him third. And then the deep closer is the 3, Kong Loves a Fight. This one cuts way back in distance out of the routes to the 6 furlong distance from a route to a sprint, and just needs a pace to run at. Doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here, but if they go quick enough early, look for this when you're rolling late. He does have a class edge and get some class relief, dropping back down to 5,000. The last time he ran 6 furlongs for 5 was his first start of the year, and he did make up a lot of ground in that race. Exacta Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in race number 5. You got about 5 minutes to post.
The field for race 5, the start of the late pick 4, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Captain of My Heart. Jackie Davis rides. The 2 is Bowing Snowman with Rafael Rohina Jr. The 3 is Kong Loves a Fight. Jeremias Flores looks for 2 on the card. The 4 is Norgay with John Berrios. The 5 is Fire Down Below with Oliver Calderon. The 6 is Angelic Mission with Luis Perez. The 7 is Max Foster. Michael DeVilla Jr. is in the saddle. And the 8 is Uncle Milty. Anthony Rodriguez rides. All right, 3-5-4 for me. Try and get this pick 4 started the right way. I gave this one to my man Joe Withy, too, and this one is over 5-1. Kong loves a fight right at his line. He's back in for the nickel. This is where he is competitive, at the nickel. I've been doing something today I don't ordinarily do. I've been leaving my selections susceptible to lack of pace. But we've had plenty of speed on here today. And once again, Bowing Snowman is fast early. Norgay has some speed. Fire Down Below ships in from Penn with plenty of early gas. So it's not like this race is without speed. There's plenty in there. I thought Kong Loves a Fight, dropping back in for the nickel. This was the right move. I also like the cut back. His best race this year, in my opinion, was his first race of the season for the nickel. Got beat a length, flying. He was making up so much ground late in the game that day. He's going to have to do it again today, but I think he gets the right kind of setup to do it. Kong Loves a Fight for me. It's 6-1. The favorite is Fire Down Below, shipping in from Penn. We'll see how much pace pressure he faces. He got the job done last time, was disqualified from the purse money. That was just 3 weeks ago. Comes back quick. He's going to have to deal with some other pace in here, even though he's pretty fast. He's going to have to deal with some other pace in here. He's 8-5. He's not the best price. I understand he's a little, kept a little better company earlier in his career out of town. As of late, he's fits with these. I mean, that 74 gaudy buyer speed figure last time looks overwhelming against these, but let's see if he can do it again. And then finally, the 4 Norgay. Since he shipped up here, he's 1 for 4 with a couple of seconds. First start of the year. First start up here was the only time he was off the board. That was for 11 down to 9. Another horse seems to have found his friends at this nickel. And Norgay's the one who could really trip out in here. I can't believe he's that price. You know, I originally, on my pick 4 ticket, I used 3s and 5s. At that price, I would almost have to throw them in. I think it turns it into a $22.50 ticket. And for the record, that ticket would now read 3-4-5 with 2, with 1-3-4-5-8 with 1-4-7. You just add in the 4 in this leg. 3-5-4. See if Kong Loves a Fight can win a battle through the lane here at 9-2. Best of luck here in race number 5. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Get those late pick 4 tickets in. The field for race 5. Start of the late pick 4 is behind the gate. And it's post time. Bowing Snowman goes in first, out of order. Now, Captain of My Heart will go into his inside stall 1. Kong Loves a Fight goes forward. Here's Norgay. They bet early and often on the 7-5 favorite, Fire Down Below. The Pennsylvania shipper goes in. Angelic Mission is next. Max Foster goes forward. And fellow long shot, Uncle Milty, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Uncle Milty threw his head just a bit at the start, but still moved forward and is battling for the lead, along with Bowing Snowman, who takes over. Bowing Snowman a length and a half, now 2. Uncle Milty on the far outside is second. Max Foster alongside, actually moved outside Uncle Milty. He moves up in third. Along the rail is Captain of My Heart. Fire Down Below, the favorite, has about 7 to make up. He was just passed by Norgay to 2 trailers. Our Kong Loves a Fight and the Big Gray. Angelic Mission, 23-2, the opening quarter here, set by the leader. It's Bowing Snowman. Here comes Uncle Milty and Max. Max Foster 3 wide. Uncle Milty between. Under a drives Captain of My Heart. Fire Down Below. Oliver Calderon gets him in gear. Norgay tries to move with him. Angelic Mission's at a last. Kong Loves the Fight trails 47 flat for the half. Off the turn and into the stretch. Bowing Snowman still there. He's trying to take him. Flag falter, that's all. Max Foster dead aim of the huge price. Down the center, here comes Fire Down Below. Max Foster just grabbed the lead. Fire Down Below. Norgay tries to split him. Fire Down Below grabs the lead there at the 16th pole. And Fire Down Below is going to ship in from Pennsylvania to get the job done over a pesky Norgay who wouldn't give up but was second best today. It got tight for third. It was an oncoming Kong Loves a Fight. A few others were there as well, and 112-3. Photos all around. Hold all tickets. Number 5, Fire Down Below was first. 4, Norgay second. 7, Max Foster third. 3, Kong Loves a Fight fourth. 5, 4, 7, 3 here in race 5. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 5, Fire Down Below. The 8-year-old gelding's the son of Justin Phillip out of the Alphabet Soup mare Snow Angel. Fire down below is owned and trained by Amy Albright, winning rider Oliver Calderon, and it's official. $2 double 6-5, 1340. $2 exacta 5-4, 1360. 50-cent try, 5-4-7, $30 even. 10-cent super, 5-4-7-3, $34.80. 50-cent pick 3, 7-6-5, $76.12. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. No changes in the 6th. Post time for race 6 is in just over 19 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and you see a fire down below, just too good for that field as Omar Calderon got his first win of the season on fire down below for Amy Albright, and you could see it. The horse was just better than that field, though Norgay gave pretty good chase. 6th race, a 5,000 claimer for fillies and mares, downwards at 2 cents a day, or never won 4 races. Start with Sweet DeSantis because she finally put it together last time and was able to just explode down the lane and get an easy victory in a 3 lifetime. So she moves the next logical spot here, as this field didn't come up that much stronger than the field that she beat in the 3 lifetime, but she's got to repeat that effort. Good number last time. The other 2 races she was in, yeah, she just didn't have the same kind of explosion down the lane, down the lane. But it was a much better race that she ran last time. See if she can repeat it. It's a matter of getting a good enough pace. Doesn't seem like there's a strong pace in here. True Destiny, Call Me Carmelita, and Mind of Gold all have tactical speed, but no true real speedballs in this race. But if she can somehow repeat that effort, she's got to be one of the main contenders in this race. The 2 True Destinies, she drops in class off of a couple poor efforts, although one of those efforts was against allowance horses, and the last race was in a sprint, so she stretches back out today. But the big thing is dropping down to 5,000. Could see a better effort from her. She's got 2 wins and 4 starts at the distance, so this distance is not a problem for True Destiny, who now is getting some play. Didn't get much early. The 5 horse is Mind of Gold. She's another one that's got some tactical speed. She just missed last time against what was really an easier field, but it was at least showing some signs of life for Mind of Gold. I mean, in traffic, probably wouldn't win this race, but it could be at least a contender for 3rd or 4th or something that beat her. But from a tactical standpoint, it really is only True Destiny and Call Me Carmelita inside her that got any speed. So she should be on the front line early, at least close up, and she could be very much a factor in here. And she's not getting much for early play, maybe coming out of that softer race. She's at odds of 11 to 1. As far as an underneath type, maybe not necessarily to win. You pretty much should use Stay Home Mama in your tries and supers, just because she does usually put in that little bit of a late run. It's not like she runs that badly. She just doesn't have a strong punch down the lane, but she does pass the tiring horses like she did last time in that softer field. But at least she did show the signs of life to only lose by 2 lengths there. So a little bit tougher today, but she does run to her competition. And in the past, at least, she usually would make it into superfectas. So I'm going to use her 4th in here at a really big price. Right now, she's at odds of 23 to 1. So that's some of the contenders here for race number 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in this race.
field for race number 6 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is All Biz with Romero Mirage. The 2 is True Destiny with Cabercoa. The 3 is Call Me Carmelita with Jackie Davis. 4 is Quiet Horizon with Emmanuel De Diego. The 5 is Mind of Gold. Kevin Navarro rides. The 6 is Pal's Alley. John Berrios is in the saddle. The 7 is Stay Home Mama with Joel Cruz. The 8 is Sweet DeSantis with Luis Perez. And the 9 is Melissa's Smile with Heyman Harkey. I took the 2 ball here, True Destiny, who stretches back out after a sprint attempt. Look, another one. The nickel is just where she is most comfortable, and she's had a lot of success at this nickel level. Broke a maiden for a nickel. Won the 2 life for a nickel. Won the 3 life for a nickel. Won the beaten race for a nickel. In fact, the only time she hasn't won when racing for a nickel, she's run 3rd. That's it. I mean, nothing really else to say here. She's where she belongs. She has the leading rider. She's doing what she wants to do. I believe that's go 2 turns, and she should be sitting a forward to mid-pack trip in here. She's a juicy price at 3-1, I can tell you that. That's a really square price on her. If she stays that price, she is certainly worth a win bet in here. The 5, Mind of Gold, just missed when alternating on the lead last out at this level. She's another one. She hasn't raced this distance that many times, but when she does, she's usually competitive. 7 tries, 4 board finishes, including a win for David Oyola. Kevin Navarro looking for 2 on the day, like Koa. She's a good price, too, at 5-1. I think she'll be not too far from the front end here. And then Sweet DeSantis. I know Dave liked Sweet DeSantis today. It was a big effort last time. But I'll tell you what, that was a quick opening quarter, a pretty good half mile. Pace kind of collapsed, and she came rolling. And that's not to say that can't happen again, but that was her career best effort. And it was her career best effort by a long, long way. Asking her to pair numbers is a lot to ask, and she's just coming back in 2 weeks. She can absolutely win this, but like I said, tough to pair that fig. 258 for me. Best of luck in race 6. Last pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. We kick off the final pick 3 of the afternoon here at Finger Lakes. All Biz goes in first. Here's True Destiny. We all have one. Call Me Carmelita's next, followed by Quiet Horizon. Here's Mind of Gold. Pals. Alley goes forward. Stay Home Mama goes in. I was a stay-at-home son for a while. Sweet DeSantis, your 3-2 favorites in next. Last to load is Melissa's Smile. They're in the gate. And they're off. Call Me Carmelita. Jackie Davis hustles that one right to the lead. Mind of Gold chases in second. Along the rail is True Destiny third. A 4-wide bid from Melissa's Smile early. It jams up Stay Home Mama, which takes Sweet DeSantis wide. Pal's Alley is in the mix as well. Then we drop back to the two trailers. Quiet Horizon and All Biz. Call Me Carmelita at a big price lead. True Destiny under a hammerlock by Kibrakoa is second. Rushing up now, there goes Pal's Alley with a move on the clubhouse turn as they straighten up down the backstretch through a 25-1 opening quarter, and all the way up from mid-pack to the top is Pal's Alley. The long shots are alternating on the lead as Call Me Carmelita battles right back. True Destiny, Koa maneuvers her off the inside with dead aim from third, just 2 lengths from the top. Moving up into fourth is Mind of Gold, just past Melissa's Smile. Saving ground all the way is All Biz. There's Sweet DeSantis 3 wide. Between those rivals is Stay Home Mama, and at the back is Quiet Horizon. A 50-second half as the field makes their way along the far turn. Call Me Carmelita's been there from the start. Now True Destiny is turned loose by Koa, and here she goes. Melissa's Smile tries to file that move. Sneaking up the rail is Mind of Gold. From the back, Sweet DeSantis tries to chime in through 3/4 and 1:15 and almost 4. Off the turn and into the stretch. True Destiny sets sail for home with a 2-length lead. Call Me Carmelita gives way. Here's Melissa's Smile. Sweet DeSantis down the center. True Destiny and Sweet DeSantis down to the 2 favorites. Sweet Destiny with a 2-length lead coming to the 16th pole. Sweet DeSantis trying to get her late in the game. True Destiny, Sweet DeSantis, we all have one. True Destinies is a winner's circle picture today by 3 parts of a length. Then it was Sweet DeSantis. Looks like Stay Home Mama from a long way back for the show, though, in 1:47 and 4. Number 2, True Destiny was first. 8, Sweet DeSantis second. 7, Stay Home Mama third. 9, Melissa's Smile was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, True Destiny. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Destin, out of the Yes It's True mare, True History. True Destiny is owned and trained by Lisa Reed. 2 on the day for our leading rider, Kebakoa. $2 double, 5-2, 12 even. $2 exact at 2-8, $9.70. 50-cent try, 287, $9.25. 10-cent super, 2879, $10.20. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off the late double. Scratch to 1, part of the entry, forward motion, and the 2, Father Walsh. Race 7, scratch to 1 and 2. And in the finale, race 8, scratch to 1, part of the entry, ruler of the night. Race 8, scratch to 1. Post time for the 7th is in just over 20 minutes.
They're about to go on the track for race number 7, and did come down to the 2 favorites in the 6. True Destiny getting the better of the trips. Sweet DeSantis fanned out really wide on that first turn, could not overcome the wide trip, and that was the difference. But True Destiny gets the win. Koa for Reed, and Koa another win for him. 7th race at 11 to 9 Claimer going 5.5. We scratched the 1 Forward Motion and the 2 Father Walsh. You do have the new shooter here, the 8 Busted Shout, who really isn't new because remember him from when he was here before, when in the barn of Paul Barrow. This one did have some success when he was here in the past against Allowance Company. 2 wins in 3 seconds at 6 starts here at Finger Lakes. Has had many other starts elsewhere, but has a better percentage here and has been facing tougher. The last race isn't good, but the drop in class to the 11-9 condition from an open 10 could be considered a drop anyway. You got to think that this one could be very formidable if you can forgive the last effort, obviously. The 4 is the Last Ace, who does benefit from the scratches. Forward Motion and Father Walsh both have some tactical speed. The Last Ace is probably the speed here now, with some other ones like Alejandro outside of him. It depends on the break, maybe how aggressive Alejandro is early, but the Last Ace does break inside that rival. Source ran a hole in the wind, ran really well in the slop when first appearance back in July. Wasn't able to repeat the effort next time against a little bit tougher, but against these rivals with some of the pace out, maybe he's got a shot if he can get the lead from Alejandro early. The 1A is Nutsy. Nutsy consists of horse, was kind of up against it as Alejandro ended up being alone on the lead last time, going 6 furlongs. Alejandro able to get out there and relax as the other speed in the race just didn't get out with Alejandro, just didn't break all that sharp, and Alejandro was able to control the pace. Previous star wasn't bad. He ran a good 3rd after beating In Sky We Trust the race before. That one turned the table on him, but hasn't run a bad effort since moving to the barn of M. Anthony Ferraro and running at the 11-9 level. Probably more of an underneath type against these horses, but is getting some play at odds of 3-1. I mentioned Alejandro. He doesn't need the lead to win. Interesting to see what his tactics will be. Probably depends on the break with the Last Ace, as he is pretty quick when he wants to be. And, I mean, there is a negative to the last races. He was left alone on the lead. He went on with it. But, again, he runs well in the condition, doesn't need the lead, and should be a factor against these rivals. Another Bustin' Stone, similar to Bustin' Shout, who was my top choice. So about to go to the track here for the 7th race. You got 5 minutes to post. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here.
The field for race 7's on the track. Scratch to 1 Forward Motion. The 1A is Nutsy. Cabracoa looks for 3 on the day. Scratch to 2 Father Walsh. The 3 is Boss Holiday. Oliver Calderon looks for 2 on the card. The 4 is the Last Ace. Jeremiah Flores looks for a riding double. The 5 is Almendro with Jackie Davis. The 6 is Sutton Breeze. Heeman Harkey looks for his second win on the card. The 7 is Gold in Them Hills with Emmanuel De Diego. The 8 is Bust and Shout with Romero Mirage. And the 9 is Martin Kelly, Dalton Brown rides. All right, we don't have a lot of time here as the caballos are coming out a little closer to post time. Almendro. I think Jackie's going to get the job done here with Almendro. I've been a fan of this horse since I've made my journey to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, and he's been hickory this season. And Jackie gives him. Jackie knows what she's doing with this horse. 2 to 1's a terrible price. You know, I keep saying this when I start my little diatribes here about the price. I kind of expect things to be bet a little differently sometimes, and I'm a little gabadost. That's hard-headed in Sicilian. But I just felt like there were other places to go here. I thought they'd bet Rudy, Bust and Shout. I thought Martin Kelly would take some money, having had the 3-race win streak snapped last time when he still might have been best. I know he's bumping up in class. But Almendro, that consistency, people gravitate towards that consistency. And when he runs for a tag, he's usually right there. He's got plenty of speed. He doesn't have to deal with Forward Motion, who scratched in here. He does have to deal with Boss Holiday. Boss Holiday has some speed coming in from out of town. And we saw far down below get the job done earlier. But I think Almendro will be forward, and I think Jackie can try and be forwardly placed and either steal it on the front end or sit just off of Boss Holiday. 5 to 2, no great shakes, but I will put the number 5 Almendro on top. I put Rudy and Bust and Shout second. You know, I know he hasn't kept the best company. You see a voided claim on there, but he's just getting that circuit relief, and he has had a ton of success here at Finger Lakes. 2 for 6 with 3 seconds in his career, a couple of wins at the distance. He's perfect 2 for 2 at 5.5. And maybe that does the trick for him. You know, sometimes they just need a little change in scenery. He's only won once in about a year and a half, and we'll see if Bust and Shout finds the return to the lakes just what he needs. He's on a decent price on the board at 3 to 1. The last ace is the best price of the 3 I like in here. I also think Nutsy can win, and Boss High. This is a wide open race. The last ace got caught up in that speed duel last time. Now, the last ace might be faster than all the speed in here. And every now and then you see the speed of the speed. We'll see if the last ace can be that in here. 5-8-4 in race 7. Best of luck if you're playing a late double. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. Field for race 7 made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Boss Holiday is the first to load. Here's the last ace. Slight favorite Almendro goes in. Followed by Sutton Breeze. Gold in them hills is a big price at 21 to 1. In fact, the longest shot on the board. Goes forward. Here's Nutsy. Bustin' Shout goes in. Martin Kelly is the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sutton Breeze jumped a bit at the start. The last ace busts out of there and goes right to the lead. Boss Holiday tracks in second from the rail. Moving outside is Almendro to take aim on the lead of the last ace. Then we come back to the duo of Gold in them hills and Nutsy. Sutton Breeze has moved up along the inside. It leaves Bustin' Shout and Martin Kelly at the back. They're just 5 lengths from the leader. It's the last ace through a 22-3 opening panel here. The last ace hounded by Almendro. Gold in them hills looking for an upset. Makes a 3-wide bid. Nutsy from the back as Boss Holiday loses ground. Between rivals, there's Almendro along with Sutton Breeze as the field makes their way off the turn and into the stretch. The last ace is still there. Up the inside, Boss Holiday re-engages through a 46 1/2. And in fact, Boss Holiday just put his head back in front of the last ace. Here comes Almendro, and down the center, it's Nutsy! And past the 8th pole, past the 16th pole, rather. It's all Nutsy. Nutsy's going to win it by 2. There were 3 noses on the line for second. Boss Holiday, the last ace, and Almendro. Let the photo finish camera decide that in 105 2. One A, Nutsy was first. It's a photo for second. Three, Boss Holiday was second. 4, the last ace third. 5, Almendro fourth. 1, 3, 4, 5 here in race number 7. Returning to the winner's circle is the 1A, Nutsy! 6-year-old Gelding's the son of Exaggerator. Out of the Officer Mare Special Dream. The 1A, Nutsy, is owned and trained by our leading trainer, Michael Anthony Ferraro. The rider, 3rd win on the card for our leading rider, Cabercoa. Race 7's official. $2 exacta $2 double 2-1, 34.60. $2 exacta 1-3, 120 even. 50-cent try 134, 177.50. Dime super 1345, $113.90. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers one place show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Post time for race 8. This week's finale is in about 20 minutes. So they're getting ready to leave the paddock, but we've been running out of time, so let's talk about the finale before they hit the racetrack. 471A from me here. Sweet Tooth Sue. She always works out that trip, but she just has a tough time finding the line first. 33 starts, I believe. 9 from the second, 9 times for you Ferris Bueller fans. 7/3. Eventually, they find the right bunch, and I believe that Sweet Tooth Sue has found the right bunch. I think she can work out the right trip, and I think she can get the picture taken today. So we'll try her. The 7, Jessica's Race, dropped in for the nickel last time, got the job done in the 2 life, takes the next logical step. She comes running at the end of her races. Another one just kind of runs out of real estate, but she didn't last time, dropping in for the nickel. Sometimes the best hop's a drop. It worked last time. I think it'll work again today. And then finally, Kaz's Rose. Flashed a lot of speed last time out as the 2-1 favorite. Dueled, got tired, finished 3rd. Gets the outside draw now, despite wearing the 1A, and should be able to work out the stalking trip from that draw with J.M. Rohina in the saddle. 471A as the field for the finale comes out onto the track. There will be a carryover in the pick 6 for Monday. 89.57, regardless of who wins the last. No one's covered. A little under $9,000 for Monday as we wrap things here this afternoon. First post Monday, as always, 1 o'clock. We'll see you then. And the field for the finale has made its way out onto the track. Scratch the 1 ruler of the night. The 1A is Kaz's Rose. J.M. Rohina rides. The 2 is Kitty Tin Tin with Andre Worry. The 3 is George's Vice. Heeman Harkey rides. The 4 is Sweet Tooth Sue. Rafael Rohina Jr. is in the saddle. The 5 is She Loves to Move with Kevin Navarro. The 6 is Necessary and Proper with Kay Bracoa. The 7 is Jessica's Race with Jeremias Flores. The 8 is Luna Loca. Jose Baez is in the saddle. And the 9 is Subtle Giant. Emmanuel De Diego rides. Post time for the finale is just over 5 minutes away. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for the finale. Once again, pick 6 carryover, regardless of the winner here, into Monday's card, a little shy of $9,000. Kitty Tin Tin goes in, followed by George's Vice. Sweet Tooth Sue goes forward. She loves to move is in next. She doesn't like to move. She loves to move. Necessary and Proper goes in. Perhaps apropos, they're next door to each other. Jessica's Race goes forward. Here's Luna Loca. Subtle Giant goes in. The last to load is the 1A. Your slight current favorite, Kaz's Rose. She's in. They're in the gate. They're off in the finale. For the lead is Necessary and Proper. George's Vice guns right after her. These two are going fast early. Kaz's Rose watches them duke it out in third. Then we come back to Sweet Tooth Sue, who's just ahead of Subtle Giant. Between fillies and mares, she loves to move. Along the rail is Kitty Tin Tin. The two at the back are Luna Loca and Jessica's Race. Necessary and Proper wins the duel into the turn, 22-4. George's Vice maneuvers off the rail to take dead aim at Necessary and Proper. Kaz's Rose, J.M. Rohina trying to motivate her from third, and she's edging ever so closer. Kaz's Rose making a 3-wide bid here as the field turns for home. It's still Necessary and Proper. George's Vice A 3-deep Kaz's Rose off the turn and into the stretch through a half and 46 and 4. Necessary and proper. Koa's looking for 4. Georgia's Vice just put her head in front. Kaz's Rose got them both. She Loves to Move's flying from the back. Kaz's Rose strikes the lead just inside the 16th pole. Necessary and Proper tries to stay with her, but Kaz's Rose gonna report home a length and a half winner in the finale. Necessary and Proper held off Luna Loca, and She Loves the Move for second. Final time for the final race of the week was 106 and 3. One A, Kaz's Rose was first. It's a photo for second. Number 6, Necessary and Proper was second. 8, Luna Loca third. 5, She Loves to Move fourth. 1A 685 in the finale. Returning to the winner's circles, the 1A, Kaz's Rose. 3-year-old daughter of Brethren out of the Red Bullet mare, Darby Rose. A New York bred, Kaz's Rose is owned by Hibiscus Stables and Jeffrey Englehart. Trained by Chris Englehart. Winning rider, J.M. Rohina. And it's official. $2 double was a rarity. A pair of 1As, 1-1, 50-50. $2 exacta, 1-6, 77.50. 50-cent try, 168, 189 even. 50-cent, 10-cent super, 10-cent, 1685. $275.20. 50-cent pick 3, 211, $28.37. 50-cent pick 4, 5211, $81.50. 50-cent pick 5, 65211, $308.75. Nobody hit 6 today. 5 of 6, $57.50. There'll be a pick 6 carryover for Monday of $8,957. I was told past performances will be available shortly over at FingerLakesGaming.com. Keep checking FingerLakesGaming.com for your Monday PPs. Get started on that almost $9,000 carryover in the pick 6. Live racing for today and this week is wrapped up. The casino remains open till 4 a.m. First post on Monday when racing resumes for the 8-race card is at 1 p.m. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A. Anthony Steele, thanking you for joining us on this Wednesday. We'll see you Monday at 1 p.m. Until then, please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.